Okay, parole board will be called to order. Today is September 26th. Time is 9:06. Would staff at headquarters introduce yourself, please?
Sure, I'll be right.
Okay, we will be at Rapides Parish Detention Center with the staff at Rapides introduce themselves. Rapides.
Okay, which one is CADDO? Okay.
Okay, y'all ready for me to tell them? Okay, we're having technical difficulties at Rapides. So we're gonna come right back to them as soon as they get their technicalities worked out. So please be patient with us and we'll be right back. We're gonna go to CADDO now. Okay, ready? All right. We start again. The parole boards could be called to order at 9:10. My name is Pete Freeman. Serving with me today is going to be Mr. Prater and Ms. Renatza. Would staff at headquarters introduce itself?
Sherelle, McBride.
Okay, would staff at CADDO introduce yourself? You have any staff?
Deputy Davis classification.
Deputy Lawson, classifications.
Captain Herring, over security.
All right. Okay, today we're here for Jamar Davis revocation hearing. Mr. Davis, I'm gonna read violations to you. You're to plead guilty or not guilty with or without a statement. Then we will conduct the interview and see what happened, and then we will vote.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so say your name and DOC number, please, Mr. Davis.
Jamar Davis, DLC number 702198.
Okay, Mr. Davis, it is alleged you violated, okay, Mr. Davis, do you have your questionnaire with you? Your parole questionnaire?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you want to proceed today without an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Davis, it is alleged you violated condition number 4 in that you committed battery of a dating partner on or about July 29th, 2024 in Caddo Parish. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
All right, and it's also alleged that you violated condition number 10 and that you're $650 behind on your supervision fees. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty.
All right, Mr. Davis, your case has been assigned to me. Mr. Davis, I'm gonna tell you, I looked at all of the reports and I also looked at the camera footage. So, tell the truth today, because I'm gonna tell you, if I think you're lying to me, it's not gonna end well.
Yes, sir.
All right, so tell the whole truth. First off, tell me what happened between you and the lady you were dating that day.
Man, we were really outside the apartment. We were arguing. We were arguing since last night because I really had got caught cheating at the same time. So when the daytime come, before I was about to get ready and go to work, she lingered around. Well, she ain't linger around. She came to my sister's house and we came outside the apartment. We were arguing. And when I go in the house, I went in the house. Somebody said the police knocked on the door and they said something about they got a call about a domestic. And I was really lost. And that's when I got in the back seat. They put me in the back seat of the car. And I guess that's when they showed me what she said. They told me what she said. And then I was like, nah, I ain't hit her. I ain't do none of that. Then before you know it, they took me to jail.
Okay. How do you think she got that bruising on her face?
She got I found this out later after the fact about her son hitting her later on earlier that day. I ain't know nothing about that. And she ain't had no bruise on her face when I seen her. Well, while I was with her.
Are you still with her?
Yes, sir.
So you still with her?
Yes, sir.
I know she's trying to change her story now, but I mean, like I say, we got film, you know, and she claimed she was laying on the horn and you punched her. Now, I just need to know, did you put your hands on her?
No, sir. I really don't believe in putting my hands on female. And I ain't just trying to say it like this, but I'm really like a handsome guy. I don't feel like I gotta go through that with females to, to keep a female around and all that extra stuff to do that. I wasn't raised that way.
Okay. All right, I do have to put in on the record on August 7th, 2024, the charge of simple battery of a dating partner was null pros by the city of Shreveport District Attorney's Office. So the charge has been null pros. Anything else you have to say for yourself?
I'm just ready to go home and get back to my little girl.
Okay. Were you drunk or high that day?
No, sir.
Okay, did you spend the night at her house before y'all came and she was dropping you off?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because you said she came to your apartment.
Yeah, because that's what
But
she was drop. Oh,
Okay, but no, explain it to me, because
oh, yeah, because she was
came to your
dropping me.
apartment, dropped you off, y'all got in that fight, and then you went inside your apartment.
Nah, it
That's
wasn't
what I
never.
saw.
It wasn't never a fight. I stayed with her that night, and when we got to the apartment in the morning time, we was still arguing because we had been arguing that night because she went through my phone. And in the
Mhm.
midst of me going in the house, I was in there getting my work clothes ready because that's where my clothes at. And I'm finna get ready and go to work. And the police literally knocked on the door and said, "Who you is?" When I come outside, they walked me to her, and she was like,
Yeah, I
"Yeah, that's
saw
him."
that. I got that. I saw
Oh,
him
yeah.
handcuffed you, and I saw you talking to him. Last but not least, where did you work?
At a mirror, I had a lawn. I used to cut grass, but I wasn't getting paid that much. So I really had found this job at this mirror shine car wash.
They're gonna hire you back if you don't get revoked today?
Yes, sir. I've been having my sister call every day, and they say they just waiting on me because they understand like things happen, and this was a whole misunderstanding.
Okay, do any of my colleagues have any questions?
I don't.
I don't have any question. No, I don't have any questions. I don't necessarily believe him, but I don't have any questions. What about the money? How come you hadn't paid the money back?
Man, when it comes to the paying part, ain't nobody just letting you stay in their house for free. So by me getting paid 150 almost every week from the cutting grass service, because I just started at the Marathon, but I probably been working there like a week and a half. I ain't even get that paycheck yet. So with that, I gotta pay the people where I'm staying. Then I gotta pay half of the daycare for my little girl, and they want that every week. That's 150 every week. So it just when it comes to that, it was hard for me. It was kind of hard. Then ain't no like I was saying, ain't nobody just letting you stay for free.
Handsome as you are, they'd let you stay for free.
Nah, I ain't that handsome. I ain't that handsome.
All right.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Davis, this is one of those cases that's hard on us. And I have to vote first because you're going back around her. And I'm kind of like Mr. Prater. I don't totally believe you. I think y'all had more than just a little argument. I saw the camera pointing to her face. I didn't see no busted up, no black eyes, anything, but they said she was swelling. Okay, my vote today is going to be, how long you been in jail?
60 days.
And how much longer you got on supervision?
My full term date is 2027.
2027?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, my vote today is going to be to not revoke you, but add the condition that you go to a anger management class. Okay?
Yes.
They'll have that. Your report officer will tell you where to go. They got a day reporting center, one of the best we have, right there in Shreveport. So you can go to that class, but you better complete that class. And I suggest that you and her go to counseling because this relationship isn't gonna last like this. Okay, y'all were dating 2 months and you claim you didn't even know she had an autistic child. So I mean that's
Look, I ain't gonna lie. By us we only been together like 2 months, and I used to only really go over there at nighttime. I ain't.
okay. All
So,
right. But anyway, that's my vote today. All right, Mr. Prater.
How old is that autistic child? I know we threw the questions, but I just want to know that. How old is that child?
3 years.
According to the report.
3
3?
years up. Yes, sir.
Okay. I watched and I don't believe what you're saying. I don't believe that I think she was domestically abused. I really do. My vote is to revoke.
Okay, Ms. Renatza.
Mr. Davis, my vote today also is to revoke. I'd also believe that even though she recanted, that there was something that that occur domestic abuse. So my vote today is to revoke.
Mr. Davis, your parole has been revoked by a vote of 2-1. Good luck to you, sir. We have any more cases there? Okay, we'll be signing all out of CADDO at 9:21.
I'll say hi to my friends at CADDO before you leave.
Wow.
Sure that Coke machine will kick on as soon as it. Oh, you got 315, right?
Okay, we're gonna try this again. We're back at Rapides Parish Detention Center. With the staff at Rapides, please introduce yourself. Anyone in there with you? Mr. Taylor, is anyone in there with you? We need to unmute it.
Got Sergeant Marsh and Sergeant Steimel here.
Okay, Sergeant Morris, thank you. All right, we're here today for a revocation hearing on Jabar Taylor. Jabar, state your name and DOC number for me.
Jabar Taylor, 739-661.
Okay, Mr. Taylor, did you sign your parole questionnaire? Do you have it with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's your signature, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna read the conditions which you are alleged to have violated. You plead guilty, not guilty, with or without a statement. We will come back to each one after we're done.
Yes, sir.
Let you explain yourself, okay?
Yes, sir.
You failed to report to your parole office since 2/7/2023, thereby absconding supervision. How you plead to that charge?
Guilty.
Okay. You moved from your listed address without the knowledge or approval of your parole officer. How you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
Okay, 3, not guilty. Okay, you failed to provide proof of employment to your parole officer. How you plead to that charge?
Guilty.
Okay, and the last one, you were in arrears in the amount of $2,261 on your supervision fee. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty with a statement.
All right. Okay, you have some people here in your support. We're gonna let them talk first, and then Mr. Prater will conduct the interview on you.
Yes,
So, Ms. Trinisha Taylor, subject sister, what do you have to say, Ms. Taylor?
Good morning. I just kind of wanted to give a statement about his reporting and his address. I'm actually the sister that he lives with. He's been living with me since he was released in 2021. My address is the address on all of his documents. When he first got out, we went to report to, we went to introduce ourselves to the parole office. I let him know that I'm his emergency contact. I'm who he's living with. We met with his initial parole officer. Several months went by after that. The guy never came to follow up. So we went in to kind of report, and we were told that parole officer had just up and retired. And at that moment, he didn't have an assigned one. We asked, what should we do? They said, we just kind of wait until he's assigned another one. Several more months went by, and he was assigned another one. I'm sorry, I don't have all of the names written down. That guy actually came out to this address. That particular day, my brother was at my mom's house. I gave him my mom's address, and he was able to go over there and meet with my brother, introduced himself, and gave my brother his contact information. Then after that, I guess my brother was not reporting with that particular officer. Once he was arrested last month, I went in to speak with the new parole officer because apparently he's been assigned to several different ones. And they said that the address they went checked for him at was on Gordon Street, which that's not an address we've ever given. His address has never changed from the 5817 Habib Drive. I still get all of his mail. I actually still receive all of the letters from you guys as well. James LeBlanc with the Division of Probation and Parole. My brother has always physically stayed here. When I asked about, why was he being held, they said it was it wasn't so much the failure to report that warranted the warrant being issued. It was that when they went to the address, the grandmother said that she hadn't seen him for weeks. So they felt like he was purposely hiding. But if they had came to this address, he has been here the whole time. He has not been intentionally hiding from them. And even if he was gone, like I did last year, gave them my mom's address of where he was at for the day, I would have done that. And then I also have some of his check stubs. The year of 2022 and 2023, he did get a couple jobs. He's worked at a lawn service. He's worked at Arby's downtown and a couple other. He wasn't able to keep those employments because of transportation. I work full time, so I wasn't able to get him back and forth. The jobs locally here that are close to home, they won't hire him, unfortunately, because of his background with the simple robbery charge. So that's kind of been hindering him employment-wise. But he does live with me full-time.
Okay.
He's the one that put my kids on the bus and kind of helped me full-time.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Okay, Miss Carletha Taylor, your mother.
Hello, Judge. Good morning. How are you doing?
Doing fine. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir. He was at my house that day, and I did talk with, I don't remember names. I did talk with the two probation officers that came. I told them that they could use my address as, an alternate address for my daughter, but he's never lived with me. I lived at 2116 East Texas Avenue. It's a 1-bedroom apartment.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. I also want to note, ma'am, I'm sorry, you had something else to say?
Yes, he has been having a very, very hard time getting employment with the record. He has been trying.
Okay. All right. Miss Sewell, I just wanted to say that Rachel Sewell is also on. She is a friend and she is in support. Okay, Mr. Prater.
Let's cut straight to the chase, regardless of whether it's 4, 3, 6, or 10. I understand 10, you owe some money, and it's hard to find a job and all of that business, although that's wrong. But I want to talk about August the 24th. August of 2024, when the state trooper stopped you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, why did he stop you?
It was expired on temp tag.
Okay. And whose car was that?
It was my sister's car, but she didn't have a driver license yet, so I put it in my name for her.
Okay, so the car was in your name.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of car is it?
It's I think it's a 2011 Kia Sorento.
Okay. And when the trooper came up to your door, what did you give him some false names?
Yes, sir.
Did you know a warrant was outstanding for you?
No, sir. I just didn't give him my real name because I had I think I had a contempt of court for it was a charge I cotton ball a traffic ticket.
Okay. And you were also with Miss Sewell.
Yes, sir.
And did she also, she's here in favor of you getting out, but I understand from the report that she also gave false names for you. How many false names did you give?
I only gave one.
Okay. And she had a gun in her purse, and she was also wanted on warrants.
Whenever they took me out the car, I don't know what she said or what was said between those two. I was taken out the car, and I was already put in the car. So anything that she said, or I don't know anything that was going on with her.
Okay. All right. That bothers me. That bothers me more than, or as much as anything else here, is the way you acted when you were stopped by law enforcement, and the fact that you were with somebody that was also wanted and arrested, and the fact that there was a gun involved that was present in there.
Mhm.
And so that all bothers me. Now we'll move on back up to the 4. So let me ask you this: where is Habib Drive?
Where is it?
Yeah, who lives there?
That's my sister house. That's where I was staying.
Okay. And why do you think that the parole officer had such a hard time finding you? And why didn't you make it clear? Why didn't you initiate the contact to make sure they knew where you were and where you were staying?
Like I said, they had the right address. Now I don't know how they got my grandmother's address. That was an address that was never on file. It only had 2 addresses on file, and I was only staying with my sister. I was homeless. I didn't have nowhere else to go. Since I got out, I was staying with her, and she was the only person let me stay with her.
But didn't you understand that you had to stay in touch with somebody monthly at least?
Yes, sir. I mean, to be honest, I just lost hope. I mean, I turned to drugs, and I mean, I was trying, but it was just hard for me.
Turned to drugs, you say?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's kind of a violation of your parole law, so I don't have any more questions.
Ms. Renata, you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. I appreciate what Miss Taylor said and the effort she's making, but Mr. Taylor needs to understand all that's his responsibility, not hers. I don't have any questions.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was gonna say too. You know, you're back in this time, you need to try to keep in touch with them. I know there's a lot of turnover.
Yes,
They
sir.
get messed up, but it's your place to keep trying to find out who your probation officer is and stay in contact.
Yes, sir.
Now, if he's not revoked today, is he allowed to come back to your house, Ms. Taylor? Tanisha?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And how many children do you have?
I have 3 children.
Okay, does he have a bedroom to himself or is he sleeping on the couch? Where's he sleeping?
He shares a room with my oldest son,
Okay, and how old is he?
7.
Okay. All right, thank you again. I'm sorry I had to bring you back in. Okay, we're ready to vote. Mr. Prater?
Yes, my vote is to revoke him. He failed to report. He failed to offer proof of employment or what he was doing, didn't keep him apprised of that. He owes over $2,000. He gave a false name when stopped and admits to have turned to drugs while he's on parole. And all of those things just add up to somebody that's not quite ready to be trusted to follow the rules. My vote's to revoke.
Okay, Ms. Renata?
I do agree. I also find him guilty of the alleged violations. So my vote today is to revoke.
Okay, I concur. So today your probation, your parole has been revoked. Good luck to you, sir. Got it. Okay, we're signing out of Rapides Parish at 9:40. Thank you, Rapides.
Thank you.
Okay, the parole board is called back to order. My name is Pete Freeman. I'm the acting chair. Along with me is Ms. Cheryl Renatza and Mr. Steve Prater. Would staff at Morgan City introduce themselves, please?
Correction Officer Lisa M. Bourgeois.
Okay, Ms. Bourgeois, thank you for accommodating us today. We appreciate it. Okay, we're here for the revocation hearing on Grant Walker. Mr. Walker, would you state your name and DOC number for me?
Grant Walker, 629379.
Okay, Mr. Walker. I'm gonna read, do you have your parole questionnaire with you?
No, sir.
Okay, we're gonna put one up on the board and you tell me if that's your signature. Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're ready to proceed today without appointing counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Walker, I'm gonna read the violations to you. And right now you just plead guilty, not guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty with a statement.
Yes, sir.
And after this, then your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater, and he will ask you specific questions about what your violations are.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Walker, it is alleged that you violated condition number 4. You are believed to have been involved in a crime as evidenced by your arrest on 7/7/24 by the Morgan City Police Department for the offense of domestic abuse battery, misdemeanor, and resisting an officer. You are believed to have committed the offense of domestic abuse battery against Amber Swanson by pushing her in the face. The victim had visible marks, bruises, and blood upon police arrival on the scene. You are believed to have committed the offense of resisting an officer based on officer's statement that you pulled away, jumped from the second floor to the first, jumped several fences, and were later captured in a nearby parking lot. How do you plead to violating condition number 4?
To the domestic, I plead not guilty, and to the resisting, I plead guilty.
Okay. All right. It is also alleged that you are in violation of condition number 10. You have made no payments towards your supervision fees since your first payment due date of 9/1/23 and are in arrears $630. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty.
Okay. Mr. Prater?
Yes, sir. Mr. Walker, good morning.
Good morning.
We'll make it short and simple as you need to, but I want to be clear. The domestic abuse battery, there were injuries to the lady that you're supposed to have abused. There was a bruising around both eyes, a cut lip, some blood, and some swelling. Does all that, how did she get that?
She beat up herself.
Okay. She beat up herself.
Yes, sir. And in my arrest report, she told them that I never touched her or anything like this. She didn't want me to get in trouble. And she told them like he didn't do me anything, like he never touched me and none of that. Like I did this to myself. The wounds were self-inflicted. She has bipolar issues and she does it often. And she came here, even to the courts here, got everything dismissed. She had to pay $125. They were gonna dismiss all the charges, but I have the hold for parole, and they wanted me to speak with you guys first to find out what you guys were gonna do, because everything's gonna be dismissed if you guys dismiss the hold. And she had,
excuse me, go ahead.
I have to take a anger management class, and she also has to take the class because the judge told her if she has anger problems like that, I'm in jail for nothing. She has to take the class, and if she doesn't graduate the class, I have to come back into jail until she graduates.
Okay, I'm not sure that, okay. All right, now let's get into the critical part. Why did you run?
I don't know, just nervous and didn't want to be in trouble for something that I didn't do. But as I was running, I thought about it, and I sat down in the nearby parking lot where they caught me. I sat down and waited for them to get there and arrest me. Because You know, I work my ass off, you know, excuse my language. I work 84 hours a week, you know, that I know they know where my job's at and everything. My parole officer, I'm very active with my parole officer. If I'm afraid something's gonna happen, or, you know, I talk to him about it, you know, and I try to do everything I can to stay out of trouble. So I just thought it to myself, and I sat down and waited, said, get it over with. If you didn't do nothing, there's no reason you should be running. You're not gonna get in trouble, you know. I just knew I was wrong for running, so I just waited for him to get there and arrest me.
When did the victim, when did she tell the officers that she did it to herself?
Okay, I was downstairs talking to the neighbor, and there was a cop car coming down the street. She told me the cops were coming to run. And when they got there, that's when she told them, whenever they did the report and everything. And the next day I was there working on my truck because I was getting ready to go back to work. I was gonna be gone for another week or so at work, and my truck was shut down. And they showed up while I was working on my truck, and they arrested me. Because that's my daughter's mom, and, you know, I pay all her bills and I take care of her and the baby, so that I can see my daughter, because I'm not on a birth certificate.
Okay, so you were working on your truck, they arrested you for
domestic. Yes, sir. They said I had a warrant. The judge signed off on a warrant or something for the domestic, and they had to take me in.
So they didn't take you in the night you ran from them?
No, I didn't even. Someone had called the police because she was outside screaming at me and stuff like that, and they were coming there to see what was going on. And
so you jumped from the
morning. The next morning is when they came to arrest me.
Okay, so they let you go after you ran from them, and then you stopped running from them. They caught you. They let you go that night. They went the next.
No, sir. That night, I just went behind the house and stood behind the house because we thought they were coming down the street because she was outside screaming and hollering at me. And like I told you, she said she didn't want me to get in trouble because she beat up herself and she knew they would blame it on me. So the next morning, whenever they came, they were coming to serve her some paperwork and let her know that the warrant had been filed for my arrest, and I was there. I was out there working on my truck. That's when I ran from them, and I sat down and let them arrest me.
Okay, maybe I'm just dim-witted this morning. When the police originally came,
yes,
and she showed them her injuries, that was what.
It was like that at that point in time, not to cut you off, at that point in time, it was like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
And whenever they showed back up and tried to arrest me, it was later in the afternoon, probably about 4 something, 3 something, 4 something in the afternoon, the same afternoon. And that's when I ran.
Okay. You didn't run that night?
No, I just went behind the house because I was out there talking to the neighbor, and she said, babe, the police are coming down the street. Go hide. So I just went behind the house.
Okay. And then when they came back with the warrant, you ran then too?
Yes, sir. And that's when I sat at the nearby parking lot and I waited for him to get there to arrest me.
And when did someone called the police?
Yes, sir.
The police come that early that morning.
Yes, sir.
He tells the police that you beat her up.
No,
right?
She didn't tell him I beat him up.
She never said that.
She never said that. She said these wounds are self-inflicted. He did not touch me. I do not want him arrested. He didn't do me anything. But the judge filed for a warrant to pick me up just in case. And like she even come to one of my court dates, paid $125 to get the charges dismissed. She told the judge that I never touched her. The wounds were self-inflicted. That's why she also has to take an anger management class. And I'm just waiting to see what you guys are gonna do with me before. They said if you guys let me go and release the hold, then they're gonna dismiss my charges upon completion of the class.
It's kind of unusual. I'm gonna ask, that's all the questions I have. I'm not completely clear, and I'm gonna yield to my other board members to see if I was under the impression she at one time told the police that you had hit her. This is an unusual situation when police get called and she said, no, he didn't do this. I did it to myself.
All she said was that I shoved her. But I told like told my parole officer, whenever she was flipping out and hitting on herself, she started hitting me. And I done like this. And my hand brushed up against her lip. That's all. I never hit. I done like this because when I come to jail, I had bite marks on my hand from when I put my hand up. She bit me on my thumb. I was bleeding on the thumb, and my eye was swollen from her hitting me. And my arresting officer and the correctional officer that was working that day tried to get me to press charges on her. And I told them no because she's the mother of my child, and my daughter would be without two parents, and I didn't want my daughter to be without two parents. She would at least have one of her parents. If we were both in jail, then she doesn't have a parent.
Sometimes, Grant, things are 51%, 49%. They're not necessarily 100% either way.
Yes, sir.
And so that's our job. We got to decide what percentage is believable. And that's all the questions I got.
Yes, sir.
I got a question for you. I'm a little confused as Mr. Prater is, because I'm reading from the arrest report and it says that they went to pick you up for the same verbal complaint that they were on there earlier, at which time Officer Doan told Grant he was under arrest and attempted to grab his hands to place him in handcuffs. Grant immediately pulled away and jumped from the second floor to the first floor. You're saying you were by the truck. They're saying you was on the second floor.
No, whenever they came, I was downstairs by my truck. He didn't just directly stop by the house. He passed by the house. So when he passed by the house, I went upstairs and I went inside. And then he looped around and come back to the house. And then I was standing on the balcony at that point in time. And he was originally there just to serve her paperwork.
Okay, so you did jump from the
Yes,
second
sir.
floor.
That's why I did plead guilty.
But I mean, you didn't tell us none of that. I mean, you told they arrested you by the truck, you ran and you sat down.
No, I said they arrested me in the nearby parking lot.
Right.
Whenever I ran. That's why I
Okay.
pled guilty to resisting, because I am guilty of resisting. I did run.
Right. Okay, I got you. Okay, Ms. Renata, do you have any questions?
No, I was going to ask about jumping from the second floor too, because it conflicted with what he said earlier. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Do you understand now?
Yes, we got, okay, is the panel ready to vote?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Prater?
This is very confusing, and 51% of me says that you're not telling us the full story. And so my vote is revoked.
Ms. Renata?
I also, Mr. Walker, I think you talked yourself into this. My vote today also is to revoke.
Myself, there's just too much conflicting here. So my vote is to revoke. Your parole has been revoked by a vote of 3-0. Good luck to you.
Question.
We'll be signing out of Morgan City Jail.
I have a question. I knew they were gonna do that.
He signed job. Sorry.
Well, I don't know how his name is pronounced now. Let's see how it's listed here.
Rick? Huh?
See if they turn on the camera.
Okay, St. Tammany, could you turn on your camera, please?
It is Vernon Orange.
Okay. Waiting on St. Tammany. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's your name, sir?
Corporal Jonathan Lott.
Okay, Corporal Lott. We are ready for Mr. Vernon Orange. Do you have him in there?
I will have him. I have him out in 1 second, sir. Allison, door 35. Here, better ask you about this questionnaire. I got it right there for you, bud.
All right, you ready, Corporal Lott?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay. All right, my name is Pete Freeman. I'm the acting chair. Along with me is Ms. Cheryl Renatza and Mr. Steve Prater. We're here today on the revocation hearing for Vernon Orange. Mr. Orange, state your name and DOC number for the record, please. Mr. Orange?
Yes, sir.
State your name and DOC number.
Vernon Orange, 180943.
Okay. All right. Do you have your parole questionnaire with you?
Yes, sir. I believe
That's it.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. You ready to proceed today without appointed counsel?
Well, sir, I was about to ask if my daughter, girlfriend, or attorney had called in for anything to submit testimony or evidence.
No, sir. We have no one here in your support or defense.
I'm prepared to make a statement, sir, but if it's, you know, I really think that most of this is a misunderstanding. I came out of
Okay,
Angola.
we can go through the hearing. Let me read the violation.
Okay, go ahead.
Guilty, not guilty, with or without a statement, okay? But we will let you explain
Yes,
yourself
sir.
after I read them.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Huh? No, we're not having counsel. No, we're gonna proceed without counsel, correct?
Well, I was in the process of hiring counsel and wasn't able to get anybody on the phone.
Look,
And
if you want to
under the
continue it, we can continue it, but other than that, we have to have it.
How long do I get for a continuance if I ask for a continuance?
So we'll schedule at
Sir?
our next available date. We're not sure on that.
I mean, will it be an extended amount of time or?
Sir, I don't know. It's gonna be according to schedule, and I would imagine it would be in 3 or 4 months, but I'm not sure.
That's a hard decision. I'd rather have my witnesses present, sir, if I can get it continued.
Okay, well, you're requesting a continuance. My vote is we gotta call a roll. Okay, we're gonna continue this hearing to the next available date. All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Corporal Lott.
No problem, sir. Y'all have a
We'll
good
be
day.
signing off at St. Tammany at 10:15.
I'm sorry, Corporal, but I couldn't.
Yeah, that big
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You got on there?
I don't see her yet.
Tell them to join it.
That's what I just told her. I just texted just now.
All right, is everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is Pete Freeman. I'm the acting chair. Along with me is Mr. Prater and Ms. Renatza. We will be your members today. We are now at Orleans Parish Prison. Would staff at Orleans introduce themselves, please? Is there any staff in there with you? Okay, all right. Well, can you give me your name and DLC number? Oh, Lord. Where's that staff at?
You can hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. Okay, what's your name and DLC number?
Deavin Britton, 720682.
Okay, Mr. Britton, you're here for your revocation hearing today. First off, foremost, do you have your parole questionnaire? If you don't, we can put one on the screen for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you have it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you sign it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I see you have hired counsel, so you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Britton, first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read your violations. And you're to plead guilty, not guilty with or without a statement. Okay, that's all we need right now, and then we'll go back and address each one afterwards. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. First off, you are alleged to have violated condition number 4. You failed to refrain from criminal activity when you committed battery of a dating partner, misdemeanor, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon on or about November 9th, 2023, which led to a warrant and ultimate arrest by the New Orleans Police Department. On 7/24/24, the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon charge was null pros by the district attorney's office. On 8/6/24, the battery of a dating partner charge was null pros by the Orleans district attorney's office. Okay, how do you plead to that?
Not guilty with statement.
Okay, guilty. All right. Number 5, you were in possession of a firearm on or about 11/9/23, as evidenced by your arrest for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon on 1/6/24. On 7/24/24, the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon charge was null pros by the district attorney's office. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty with statement.
Okay. All right. Mr. Britton, first, we're gonna hear from your attorney, and we will also allow you a little time at the end if you want to close out for us. So, Ms. Matthew, would you like to address the board prior to starting?
Yes, thank you so much for allowing us to have the opportunity. So with Mr. Britton, I just want to start off with his case, and the majority of what I'm going to say was written in the mitigation packet sent to all three of you, or to the board. And for Mr. Britton's underlying arrests, to my knowledge, those are the only alleged violations that Mr. Britton is accused of for violating his parole. And to address those with the 95-1 and the battery on a dating partner, the district attorney's office entered a nolle prosequi on the day of trial. Those charges stem from an accusation in which the alleged victim, she was handcuffed and questioned by apartment security. And what Mr. Britton wants to make light and to do further is address any and all concerns that the board may have by enrolling in the day reporting center, being active in his son's life. His son is 5 months old, and when he was born, Mr. Britton was incarcerated. He has 2 jobs lined up. One, working with his father as a mechanic, and 2, as a tattoo artist. And to know where and when, and to be aware of his surroundings. He knows not to be around guns or have guns, and to be more articulate with any disagreements that he may have with romantic partners. I think with Mr. Britton, it has learned from this experience. He has a large community support, his sister, his mother, the mother of his children, and his fiance. And he deserves, and I hope the board can see that he deserves another chance.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, we'll also hear from Miss Courtney Turner, your ex-girlfriend, Miss Turner.
Yes.
Okay, what do you have to tell us about Mr. Britton?
Well, me and Deavin was dating prior to this, and the night of everything that happened, I didn't see him with a weapon or any drugs. We were going to drop my daughter off. Me and him had a little disagreement, but I wasn't pressing charges. He didn't hit me. We were just having a little argument or whatever. Someone else in the apartment actually called apartment security. When they came, they questioned me. They asked me, was there a third person? I didn't know anything about a third person, but one of the officers actually did try to get me to tell a different story when he cut off his body cam. But other than that, I feel like he shouldn't be sitting in there for something that I didn't press charges on him for. So I feel like, yeah, he should be able to have a reduced time or to be set free so he can tend to his family and also continue going to work and doing better for himself, because I feel like he was just wrongfully convicted of that.
Okay, let me ask you this. You said in the police report he had a gun. Are you stating that that's not true now?
I didn't tell the police that. I didn't tell him that in the report. I've never even written the report. One of the security guards from the apartment
Also said gun, Miss Taylor, Miss Turner. Okay, I was just gonna ask you that because it does say that you said he had a gun. We also have Renee Jones, who is here, and she's just in support. That's your mother. Okay, your case has been assigned to Miss Renatza. Miss Renatza?
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Britton, at the time of the incident, there was the officer did speak to Miss Turner, and I'm going to about some risk questions, and her answers are concerning, and I want you to explain why she may have answered the way she did. This has to do with questions they asked victims following allegations of domestic violence. So the question first was, do you think he will seriously injure or kill you, your children, or someone else close to you? If so, what makes you think so? If not, what makes you think not? And the victim, Miss Turner, according to the report, replied, yes, because he's violent. Here's another one. Describe a time you were most frightened or injured by him. The answer was tonight. Another question is, does he possess or have access to firearms? And it goes on. Has he used firearms to threaten or control you or others? What is the type, description, location of any firearm? And the reply was yes, a black handgun, and he always has it on him. Now, why would she have answered those questions that way?
They stated the police had falsely written a police report.
Say that again.
She stated the police had have wrote a fake police report, a false police report.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. You're saying what she said, that it's the report's not accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you going into the unoccupied apartment?
Being irresponsible, looking to play to charge my phone.
Were you going there to sleep for the night?
No, ma'am. I was charging my phone to wait on my ride.
Mhm. All right, I understand that the battery was now pros due to lack of cooperation by the victim, and that the firearms violation was also dismissed, I guess, because they couldn't find the security who was on duty that night. But there was a .45 caliber handgun that was positively ID'd as having belonging to you. How do you explain that?
I don't know whose gun that was for. I'm not even supposed to be around because I do understand I'm on parole. I had no knowledge of that being in the area. I was at the wrong place at the wrong time.
All right, well, I'll sit back and listen to my colleagues, Mr. Britton. Thank you.
Well,
Mr. Prater, you have any questions?
Yes, sir. It's another part of the report shows Courtney identified the firearm as his when it was shown to her. It seems unusual. It would be right there on the ground if you jumped off the balcony or whatever and found it there. You can't explain that, can you?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, let me ask one other thing. Since your attorney brought it up in her report, and I know this isn't a charge on here, but your attorney brought it up in her report that you stayed in communication with your parole officer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, why was your parole officer, it appears from notes that your parole officer took that they attempted to contact you, nobody was home. Where they went, it was verified that you no longer lived there. That you were absconded from supervision, and on 11/9/23, your parole officer requested a warrant for your arrest for absconding from supervision. And the warrant was approved, and the warrant was actually issued on 11/13/2023. A warrant was issued that date. You were arrested. Do you know anything about a warrant for absconding supervision?
No, sir. But I was my parole is in Alexandria. I came homeless in Alexandria, and I asked my parole officer to find me a place I could stay and stuff like that. But I wasn't getting the help I needed, and this is my first time being on parole. I knew I couldn't leave the state, so I stayed out there for like 2 months, and the rent, I couldn't afford the rent because my time was almost due in the transition house that I was in that she had me in, and I was trying to get mental help, but nobody was there was really like trying to help me, so I came back home to where I was gonna get my help from, and that's how that just happened.
Well, I know you're not charged with that right now. There may be a warrant out for you on absconding, and the only reason I bring it up, and it wasn't on your list of things to discuss today, but the only reason I brought it up is because your lawyer kind of opened the door. And I just wanted to get that out to ask that. Okay, that.
I served a 30-day tech. It really was a 15-day tech, but I stayed in jail for 30 days for that issue.
That's why they charge him with it.
Okay.
You said you received an administrative sanction for that?
Yes, sir. 15 days.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't see that in here, but that may it's kind of confusing trying to compare that to time, but I just wanted to bring that out, that you didn't stay in touch with your probation officer or parole officer as what it said in the letter. I don't have any questions.
Okay, Ms. Matthews, you want to take a brief moment to close out?
Sure. Thank you so much. And I apologize for my mistake. That was completely my mistake. I didn't know that the absconding was one of the violations, and I can double check that. But for Mr. Britton, we're asking for him to please be released back on parole. He's willing to do any and all other conditions that you may and would recommend for him, including going to the day reporting center, doing any violence intervention programs there, and just going back on track and still communicating with his parole officer.
Okay, all right, is the board ready to vote?
Yeah, I'd like to ask for an executive session for a brief moment.
Okay, I move for executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, call roll, please.
Cheryl Renata,
Yes.
Steve Freeman,
Yes.
Steve Prater.
Yes.
So they, still doing payment.
Okay, we're ready to continue, Mr. Britton's hearing. We're coming out of an executive session. We'll call a vote to return.
Cheryl Renata,
Okay, Ms. Renata, do we have to have a vote to come out of executive session?
Yes.
Okay.
We
All
did.
right.
Cheryl Renata,
Yes.
Yes.
Steve Prater.
Yes.
Okay, we're back in session. And we will proceed. Ms. Renata, I think we're ready to vote.
Yes, I'm ready to vote. And I apologize. I had some issues with my mute button. Mr. Britton,
Yes, ma'am.
I've reviewed the record carefully. I've heard everything that Ms. Matthews has said, Ms. Turner. Yeah, I do believe that you did have access to the gun. The gun was yours based on what I see in the record. So based on that, my vote today is going to be to revoke your parole.
Okay, Prater?
The gun was yours. My vote is to revoke.
I also find you in violation of condition number 4 and number 5, my vote is to revoke. Okay, you voted, you have been revoked today by a vote of 3-0. We'll be signing out of Orleans Parish Prison at 10:45.
Oh, my top right there.
The parole board will be called back to order. My name is Pete Freeman. I am the acting chair. Along with me is Mr. Prater and Ms. Renatza. We will be the panel today for the revocation hearing on Leon Stewart. Mr. Stewart, state your name and DLC number for the record, please.
My name's Leon Keith Stewart, DOC number 384218.
Okay, we are at Ouachita. Ouachita, would you state your name for the record, sir?
Good morning, this is Deputy Marchand.
Deputy, what's your last name?
Marchand.
Marsham. Okay, thank you, sir, for having us today. Okay, Mr. Stewart, do you have your parole questionnaire with you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes, sir, it is.
Do you wish to proceed today without appointed counsel?
Please.
Okay. Mr. Stewart, I'm gonna read out the conditions to you that you're alleged to violate it. Right now, you just plead guilty or not guilty with or without a statement. And then I am going to come back and the case has been assigned to me and I'll ask you specific questions about the violations. Okay, do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have been alleged to violated condition number 2 by absconding supervision. You failed to submit monthly report or report as directed. How do you plead to that charge?
I plead guilty.
Okay, condition number 4, you were arrested on 12/21/2023 for false imprisonment, domestic abuse battery, parole violation. You pled guilty to the amended charge of disturbing the peace and you were sentenced by the court to time served. How do you plead to that charge?
I plead guilty to disturbing the peace, not to the domestic or the false imprisonment.
Okay. Number 7, once again, by absconding supervisions, you made it impossible for your parole officer to see you. How do you plead to that one?
I plead guilty, sir.
And number 9 is along the same line, by absconding supervision, you prevented visits and searches by your parole officer. How you plead to that?
I plead guilty.
And number 10, you were arrears on supervision fees of $1,386. How do you plead to that?
I plead guilty, sir.
Okay. As I stated, your case was assigned to me. Mr. Stewart, first, we will hear from your fiance, Julie Brett. Ms. Brett, are you on the line? Okay, Ms. Brett. Yes, ma'am. We can hear you, Ms. Brett. State your name and relationship to the subject.
My name is Julie Brett, and I'm his fiance. We were supposed to be married on January 1st.
Okay. And what do you have to tell us, Ms. Brett?
Sir, this charge is from some fault, and he's just such a good man, and I really need him home because I have a lot of medical problems going on, and I have no one else, and he's the only person I want, and he didn't do any of that to me. I swear to you, I swear on the Bible.
Okay, now, Ms. Brett, remember, we got all kind of taped evidence with you on it. Ma'am?
I'll make payments on the $1,380.
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the domestic abuse battery. I looked at 4 different tapes. There was a confrontation between you two.
I have flashbacks. I have a lot of mental problems. I really do.
Okay.
I was abused my whole life.
All right. So you saying he didn't do it? Okay.
No, sir.
All right. Thank you. We appreciate it. Y'all have any questions for Ms. Brett?
No.
I don't.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brett. All right, I'm gonna move on to Mr. Stewart. Okay, Mr. Stewart, tell me what happened, and I'm gonna tell you the same thing. I've looked at these tapes. I spent hours looking at these tapes. So you need to tell me the truth, what went down.
Sir, that is all I'm coming from the heart, and I'm telling you exactly what's happening. My woman, when I first met her, she was like a cow dog, and that's the only way to explain it. You get close to her and she would jerk and cow down. That's our initial, how I met my fiance. She's been abused, I've learned. We were together a year. The police reports are twisted, and I am going to say that I held her down. Police were called 2 days running. My roommate gave her, she was on Klonopin, and he bought her 8 Klonopins. He gave her 4 one day and 2 methadone pills. And I didn't know it at the time. I've learned about the combination, but I couldn't embrace my wife. I couldn't hold her. She would yank away from me. And I don't even know how to explain it. At the time, the night in question, at that night, this is the second day she'd had 8 2-milligram Klonopins and 40 milligrams of methadone in her system. Okay. And I could not hold her. She would yank away. She's having not seizures, but she was a different person. And my roommate, he seen me hold her down. That's how the false imprisonment came in, because she was hitting herself. And I held her down, and I calmed her, and I loved her and kissed her and put her to bed and held her. The next day, the second day of one of the police reports, yes, we argued. I didn't understand it. And I argued about the way she was acting, and I didn't understand. And I don't believe was coming from her not, I think she was flashbacking on her abuse. Her dad's raped her, her brothers, her last 3 old men have knocked her teeth out and beat her up. And the drug combination, I don't understand. I've read the police reports myself, and I don't have an explanation for that night. Only the drugs is all I can say, sir.
Okay. Let's move forward, because I'm gonna ask you some specific questions about that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you run from the police?
I did.
Police went back in your trail, and when they come back, you were trying to sneak out the back door again.
There were police there, and I closed the door, and I knew I had a warrant for my arrest, sir. I knew it, and the only way I don't have an explanation for that except that I made a terrible mistake for absconding.
All right, let's move on to the second thing. Did you and David fight?
Yes, we did.
Pulled you off over and y'all got in a fight.
No, that is untrue. He didn't pull me off. I cuddled her and snuggled her the night before, but he did bust in the room that night, the second night in question. He busted in the door, and I knew he had called the cops on me. I knew he did the day before. He called the law on me, and I reacted and pushed him away from me, and that's what freaked my girl out even more. It freaked her out. She ran out the room, and the altercation was over. He bust in our bedroom door. We're in his trailer.
Okay.
At midnight.
Okay, that was the fight. All right, y'all went outside. Y'all argued, correct?
Yeah, she ran to the street, and it's midnight, sir. Yes, sir. It's midnight.
And y'all arguing, and you grabbed.
Well, I tried to get. Yes, sir. I tried to get her out the street. The police came up, the female officer, and I had my arms around her and I was trying to cuddle her. She was resisting. She was. And sir, I promise you, I swear before God, I've never in my life hit a woman, and I never will.
Were you intoxicated that night?
No, sir.
Come on now, watch the tape.
I was not intoxicated.
Wow.
No.
Okay. Well, in the body camera, the police state that you were drunk as Cooter Brown and you wasn't walking too good and you wasn't talking too good. So, but I guess that was just the way you are. So you wasn't drinking.
No, sir.
Did you ever slap her?
No, sir. I've explained that away, right? It's at midnight where she's in the street on Hinton. It's about 15 feet away from the first trailer. I'm trying to embrace her and she is yanking away from me. She is bending over and yanking away. And I'm telling her, trying to calm her, it's okay, honey, it's okay. Come back, it's the drugs that she's on. I was with her for a year, sir. The police reports say that it was 6 days. We've slept together for a year. We went homeless together. We went homeless. And we jumped around to 4 or 5 different addresses.
Correct.
I've dealt with her being overindulged on her medication a couple times, and she's never reacted like she did this night. She never reacted.
Okay, I have no further questions. Do either of my colleagues have any questions?
I have a question. There was another residence in the trailer park, or actually there was, I think at least 2 people who said they witnessed you slap her in the face.
Right.
Ma'am, that is the trailer. That is the first trailer to where she is in the street and I'm reaching, she is bending over and resisting everything for me, like I am her tormentor. Ma'am, I've never been her tormentor, ever in my life. I love her more than life. She's the best thing that ever happened to me. She is.
Why would they say you hit her in the face?
Because when I may have hit her not meaning to, by
4 times
to grab her and she is yanking away from me. You understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to embrace her and she is yanking away from me. She is, and I don't understand it. I really don't. I've never done anything harmful ever. I love her. I love her unconditionally. And she that night was not Julie Michelle Brett. She was not. She was.
That's all. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, well, they tell them they can't start till we finish this here. Okay. All right, Mr. Prater, you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My screen went away here. Okay, Mr. Stewart, I find you in violation of condition number 2, 4, 7, 9, and 10. You pled guilty to 4 of them. As I say, I watched the tape and I don't know, you and her both like to talk about swearing before God and stuff, but in my opinion, something went down and something happened. So my vote today is to revoke. Wait, let us finish voting. Ms. Renatza?
I also find him guilty of the violations. My vote today is to revoke.
Mr. Prater?
I concur. 2, 4, 7, 9, and 10 revoke.
Okay, your parole has been revoked today. We'll be signing out of Washington.
Y'all have a good day.
Okay, we have one more hearing.
My goodness, I didn't get a chance.
Be right back with you. Be right back.
Oh, I can hear you. Yes, sir.
Start drinking stuff this. Okay, we ready to go? All right, we'll call the parole board back to order. It's 11:22. We're still at Ouachita Parish Prison. Now we'll hear the case of Bridget De Lauder, a parole case. Would Mr. De Lauder state her name and DOC number?
Yes, sir. Bridget De Lauder, 770129.
Okay. Mr. Lauder, my name is Pete Freeman. With me is Ms. Renatza and Mr. Prater. We will be your panel today. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna introduce some stuff into the record. If you think anything is wrong, let me know, okay?
Yes,
All
sir.
right, Mr. Lauder, you are a first felony offender who was sentenced to 9 years for the offense of cruelty to a juvenile, 3 count.
Yes, sir.
You got 3, 3, and 3 to run consecutive.
Yes, sir.
You have a parole date of 12/3/24, a good time date of 10/27/25, and a full term date of 9/3/31. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Lauder, for the record, tell us what got you in there, why you serving time, what you did, and why do you think we should release you today?
Yes, sir. Well, I started back working at a daycare, and I was working there. I did love my job, but I also did the wrong thing by putting my hands trying to discipline other people's kids when it was wrong. I popped one child on the rear end, on their butt. I popped one on the leg. And I'm not proud of that at all.
Okay. And why do you think we should let you out today, Mr. Lauder?
Because I finally was able to hold myself accountable for my actions after I sat there and put myself in the shoes of those parents, because at first, you know, I wasn't understanding. But because I have my own children, and so once I put, you know, the other shoe on the foot, then I understood completely. And I mean, I've learned a lot out of this, you know, and would I go back and change it? Yes, I would. I definitely would. And I do sincerely apologize. And I know I can't take it back.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Lauder, your case has been assigned to me, so I'll be leading the questioning today.
Yes.
How old are you?
36.
Okay, and how long have you served on this charge? How long you been in jail?
Exactly 2 years as of September the 7th.
2 years. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you were working at Noah Daycare, and that's where this happened?
Yes, sir.
Were there any other incidents that wasn't reported?
No, sir, not that I know of.
Okay. Well, did you hit any of the other kids?
No, sir.
Okay, just these 3. And you were trying to discipline them, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said you have 3 kids of your own. Do you still have contact with those children?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I need to note for the record that the sheriff, the DA, and the sentencing judge are all opposed. Mr. Roderick Brown, your husband, is unopposed. Where is your husband today?
He's in St. Francis Medical Center.
Okay, he has a medical issue?
Yes, sir.
So that's why he's not here today?
Yes, sir.
What kind of classes have you taken?
I actually have not had the opportunity to take any classes, but I had done 2 courses online. One is anger management and one for the parenting. I wasn't aware they had those until last month, and they said if our job allowed us that we could do the courses, and I've have done 1 course of each.
Okay. I see you have lots of support letters.
Yes, sir.
During work release, how much have you saved?
I think my account last time I looked was at almost $1,400.
Okay, where do they have you working at?
I actually work at Sonic, and I actually just got a second job 5 days ago, working at Quality Inn.
Okay.
And I plan to keep both. I have been allowed to ask to keep both of those upon release.
Have you been sending any money home, or it's been mainly for your?
I've sent 200 home to help with the school. I was needed to ask to help with the school, so I helped with I sent $200 out of my account. We were having problems with that because we don't have my children's birth certificates, and I have to have that here to send money home. But she allowed me the first time to do it.
Okay, who has your kids now?
Their dad has them, but their uncle is watching over them because their dad has been in the hospital for the past week due to his medical issues.
Okay. I have no further questions. Do either of my colleagues have any questions?
I do.
Okay, Ms. Renata.
Good morning, Ms. De Lauder.
Good morning.
I'm glad to hear you had the opportunity for work release, and it seems as though you're doing well there.
Yes, ma'am.
So how long had you worked at Noah's Ark?
On and off, maybe 6 months.
What type of training did you receive when you went to work there?
None.
What was your job title? Did you have a job title?
A caregiver.
So what is it that you actually, what were you responsible for?
You're responsible for doing reading to the kids, feeding breakfast and lunch. You would interact with the kids all day, take them outside, potty training if they were, of age to potty train.
How many kids normally were at that center in a day?
That I don't have a correct answer to.
20 or more or less?
In one room.
In the whole place?
20, probably more than 20.
Okay. And so were you assigned certain children to be responsible for in your room?
Yes, ma'am.
I see. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry I missed it. How old are your own children?
My son will be 14 in November, and I have 2 girls that are 15 and 16.
And they're all, well, right now with the uncle, I guess.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. And what is your level of education?
I do have my GED. I don't have a high school diploma, but I do have my GED.
Did you get that before you came to jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you mentioned your work release job. Is that in Tallulah? Where is that at?
West Monroe.
Okay. And you're gonna and your home, your residence is near Vidalia?
No, ma'am. I'm gonna be residing in West Monroe.
Is that where your husband lives?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Prater?
I'm just trying to figure out what you're remorseful for having done this, but the police reports from the limited amount that I have been able to find, it just says that you had a paint stick, a little flat paint stick, and you hit the kids with that.
Yes, sir.
Tell me fill me in more, because it could be just a little tap with it, or it could be hitting them with, I mean.
I was just, tapping them. I wasn't hitting them hard. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I understand this is a big day for you, and it's been a big couple years for you.
Yes, sir.
Was it leaving the mark?
No, sir. I've never left a mark on any of them.
Okay. I don't have any questions. That's all I.
Okay, I'm gonna move for an executive session. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Call roll, please.
Sharon Allen,
Yes.
Steve Freeman,
Yes.
Steve Freeman.
Yes.
Lauder, to discuss confidential matters. We'll be back with you in a second.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna be back in session. The time is 11:41. Would you call the roll, please?
Chairman Malcolm,
Yes.
Steve Freeman,
Yes.
Steve Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Lauder, it's time to vote now, and I will be voting first because I was the one assigned your case.
Yes, sir.
You know, I hear your remorse, Ms. Lauder, and I think you are very remorseful.
Yes, sir.
We wasn't given a ton of information to go on, besides they were hit with the little paint stick.
Yes, sir.
And it's tough. We have no comments from the victims. So my vote today is going to be your first felony offender. My vote today is going to be to grant. But wait, listen, I'm just one vote now. My vote is to grant with the special condition that you go to Monroe Day Reporting Center and you take a parenting class in person. I don't want it online. I want it in person.
Yes,
and
sir.
if they have anger management, I would suggest you take that too.
Yes, sir.
Because it's a very helpful class.
They were very, the ones online, they helped me a lot as well.
All right. All right. So that's my vote today. I vote to grant with those two special conditions, no contact with the victims whatsoever.
Yes,
I don't want you going back to Vidalia either.
No, sir.
You understand? Stay out of.
Yes, sir.
All right. That's my vote. Ms. Renatza?
Mr. Lauder, I can hear in your voice that you are remorseful for what happened. And as Mr. Freeman said, it's what we have to go on. My vote, and you've been doing very well in work release, and I'm glad that you're going to have that opportunity to keep that at least one of those jobs. My vote today also is to grant. You have a low risk score with the same special conditions Mr. Freeman outlined for you. Good luck.
Mr. Prater.
I've got of course, anytime you talk about child abuse and everyone's nostrils flare, and everyone is nobody wants anything to do with that.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Nobody says it's wrong. In this case, we've been given, I think, limited information about what occurred. Most of the information I have has come from you, as a matter of fact.
Yes,
in the way that you describe it. I know that you are a low risk on all of the testing that they've done. I know that you've agreed not to have any contact or even be in the parish with the parents or the kids over there. We've had no victim input whatsoever. None of the parents have called and wanted to appear at the hearing or even write us letters, which they had an opportunity to. We've got quite a few letters of support of your co-workers where you work at the Sonic and the other places. You're a first felony offender, never been in trouble before in your life. I think you're truly remorseful. And although I have, to be honest with you, Bridget, I've looked for a reason not to support you, okay? Because of the fact that, but I can't see, you're going to be out in less than a year anyway. And I think that, and we can't control that. You're going to be out. Your good time's going to allow you to be out by the state of Louisiana laws. And so having said all of those things, my vote is to grant you parole.
All right. Been granted today with the special conditions. Now you've been given an opportunity. So calm down and make sure you follow all those recommendations. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the parole has been granted by a vote of 3-0. We'll be concluding at Ouachita Parish. Thank you, Ouachita.
Thanks, sir.
All right, we're ready to get started. All right, we're here now on the parole hearing for Mr. REJOHN Allen. Mr. Allen, state your name and DLC number for the record. You're on mute. Steve, get him off mute. Yeah, y'all ready?
Ready.
All right. Okay, now we're ready. We're now at West Baton Rouge Parish Jail. Would staff at the West Baton Rouge Parish Jail please introduce yourself, please? You have anybody in there? You're still on mute. That's him. Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And now we can hear you. Okay, we're calling the parole board into session. My name is Pete Freeman. I'm the acting chair. Along with me is Ms. Cheryl Renatza and Mr. Steve Prater. We're now at the West Baton Rouge Parish Jail. Would staff at the jail please introduce themselves?
REJOHN Allen.
No.
Wait.
Warden Steve Juge.
Okay, thank you for having us today, Warden Juge.
Yes, sir, Mr. Freeman. How y'all doing?
Doing good, doing good. All right. Mr. REJOHN Allen, we're here today for your parole hearing. Would you state your name and DLC number for the record?
REJOHN Allen, 577170.
Okay, Mr. Allen, I'm gonna read some stuff into the record and you just tell me if it's right or wrong, okay? We have Mr. REJOHN Allen, who is a second felony offender, who is serving time on the charge of second-degree battery, ag assault with a firearm. He was given a 9-year sentence. His parole date is 9/6/24. Good time date is 7/2/26. And full term date is 6/27/27. Does that sound correct, Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Also with us today in support, we have Miss Alfreda Broadway, your aunt. She's here at headquarters. We have Calvin Allen here, your brother, but he is not speaking. We have April Gibbons, your sister. She will be speaking. She's on Zoom. And we have Jocelyn Allen, your mother. She will also be speaking on your behalf. We have no one here in opposition. Okay, Mr. Allen, first off, I want you to tell me why you're in there, what you did to get yourself in there, and why you think we should consider you for parole today.
All right, I'm here for a convicted felon with a firearm, with assault and battery. You know what I'm saying? I can't take back what I did. Yes, I did that. But I'm glad y'all put me in jail for the look at the point. You know, I know I did wrong, but this time when I came to jail, I realized guns ain't for me, and put my hands on no for not for me. You know, I sat in jail. I learned my lesson. You know, I'm doing good. I'm a Christian man. I go to church every Sunday. I don't have no problem. You know what I'm saying? I got kids out there. My kids really, really need their father out there. I'm doing good. I stay to myself. You know, I'm working in the kitchen. I'm a head cook up in the kitchen right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to come home and take care of my family. I'm a good man. I know what I did in my past. That's my past. You know, I really take myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready for the show, y'all. Like, I'm a changed man.
Okay. And how long have you been in jail on this charge?
I've been in jail 6 years.
Okay. All right. Now we're going to hear from your supporters. Miss Alfreda Broadway, your aunt. Yes, ma'am. Let's go right up there to the podium and tell us what you want us to know about Miss Al.
I'm Miss Auntie, and I think, like you said, that being in jail was a good thing for him, because if he wasn't, he probably would have been dead. And I'd rather for him to have to be incarcerated than be carried by 6. And I think that's a best place. And I think now he didn't learn. I think now he sees that what he did was wrong. And I thank God for showing him the best way and putting God first in his life now. I think now he didn't learn. And his kids out here, they love him and they really and truly needs him. But he has to show them that the way he went is not the way they need to go. He needs to show them the right way. And I think with all of him coming home and getting with his kids will be the right way for him to make a better thing, a statement for the state of Louisiana.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you coming. Okay, next we'll have Miss April Givens, sister. I think you're on Zoom, Miss Givens.
Yes, sir. How y'all doing? Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, I'm his sister. And when REJOHN left us around the time he went to jail and what he went to jail for and what I found out, yeah, he knew he was wrong and he knew that wasn't the right thing to do. But after the time that he sick and when we didn't had a few phone calls over the phone and throughout the time that I was able to see him when he had to go do a couple of visits, I can tell like that he changed from I can tell that he sorry for what he did and how it happened, and I can tell that he can make a change from it too as well. So, but being out here, he can be able to show us some more difference of how everything had happened. So I can see the change in him. I can see it by the last couple of visits. He just got to, show us. He been showing us by the time that we've been seeing him though. So, but he just got to put it out there, bring it more out there, because that ain't him. He been in jail in a long time since that situation had happened. Like he been working, family alternate, being with his kids. So I think he been doing good. It's just more, he been doing good.
Okay.
And I think.
Appreciate your comments. Okay. Now we're gonna go to his mother, Miss Jocelyn.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing fine.
I'm Miss Mother. I'm a mother of 4 boys. I done went through all this with them. I try to tell them the right from wrong. And I know without a doubt in my heart, my son learned a valuable lesson. And like it took him to come to jail to know what he did was wrong. And I know that he treated him more of all things because he's trying to get custody of him too. And all of him to get custody, he had to come home and help me with them. But in my heart, my son know what he did was wrong. And if he can change back to his time, I know he'll turn around and say, no, it's not me.
Okay.
So I ask y'all, please, in my heart, give him a second chance. Please let him come home.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And you have custody of his kids right now?
Right now, the other grandmother have him. So right now they're trying to work to give it to me, but they're trying to see how the hot girls gonna go with REJOHN. So they give me the payout to get, make sure everything in my household straight for him to come home and try to take care of his kids. He have more than just them 2 that he fight for, but right now we have to fight for these 2 here.
Correct. Okay.
So, yeah, so.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Appreciate y'all coming.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Allen, your case has been signed to Ms. Renata. She will be leading off the questioning.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, ma'am.
Are you in work release?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you work?
I don't work, I work in the kitchen.
You're just at the facility providing the food service for the facility.
Yes, ma'am, I'm the head cook.
Okay. All right. That's a very valuable position.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I want you to tell us why you were in jail. What is it that you did? I mean, I know we said second degree battery, aggravated assault, but I want to know what you did. Give us your version.
All right. I hit somebody with my fist, and I know I ain't supposed to do that. You know what I'm saying? But before I hit somebody, I got pulled over and I had a gun. Now, I know I don't supposed to be around no gun. You know what I'm saying? If I could take back everything that I did, I won't have no gun. For what? I won't never hit this person. For what? You know what I'm saying? I did that, and I know I made a mistake. I should never hit that person. But
Did you discharge the firearm?
no, ma'am.
They said it. They said you did. The bullets even went through the neighbor's house. You were originally charged with attempted first-degree murder.
Yeah. I did that, but I thought they dismissed it and they got me with the convicted felon with a firearm.
Aggravated assault with a firearm.
Yeah. Yes, man. I did charge that. Yes, I did that. That's the one I was talking about right there. Yeah, I did discharge that.
And this says that you shot at your ex-girlfriend and her cousin.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So you did discharge a firearm.
Yes, ma'am. I did.
Okay. So when I review the record, I see that you wrote us a letter in February of this year, and this is, it was pretty lengthy and pretty well written. But you say, let me see where it is. There are a few things about me that stick out that show any person reading this that I am not a violent person and never have been of that nature. Explain that sentence to me.
I'm not a violent person, you heard me? It was really like because the feeling love, you heard me? I had feeling I'm not a violent person. I don't put my hands on women. It was just I had love for her. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, let me just say why that's confusing to me.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
when I look at your entire record, I see that as a juvenile, you had an arrest that included an aggravated battery. You have, as an adult, in 2007, aggravated assault and illegal use of a weapon. All those things I mentioned, I think, are violent offenses.
Yes, ma'am. But I was young. I was still young, and I wasn't up like a man like I'm now. I was young. Yes, I was. I was young, but
I agree. I think with your aunt, I think it was your aunt that said if you hadn't come to prison, you'd probably be dead. You agree with that statement?
Oh, most definitely, man.
So prison saved your life.
It saved my life. It got me right. Like I'm a right man now. I go to church every Sunday. I don't want to be around no people who be talking violence. I don't like that. I walk away. I bid my Bible. I just be to myself.
So you've worked hard and you've earned a year off of your time. You got a year's worth of good time credits.
Yes,
so you maxed out on them. Tell us about. I see you went to the Steve Hoyle program. What other programs did you take that had an impact on you?
Oh, I took parenting class. I love parenting class. It just tell you about your family, like your kids. You know what I'm saying? It tell you like you can just be around your kids, like go play with your kids. You know what I'm saying? Like out to eat. I love parenting class. I went to anger management class. I did all that class, and that really got me. Like today, because the Steve Hall program, it put a lot in my head. And I was working for them too. I was up in their kitchen too, up in the Steve Hall program too.
Oh, you did? Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
I saw you were enrolled in anger management in 2020, but it said it was incomplete. Did you finish that?
Yeah, I finished that. I finished that. I finished everything up in Steve Hall program. I got all my contiguous for it. I finished all that.
Okay. Let me ask Warden Juge, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Allen? Is he still in there with you?
No, he left out, ma'am.
All right. Well, we'll catch him at the end, I guess. All right, I don't have any other questions at this time.
Prater, do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. Mr. Allen, do you know exactly why you're in jail?
I knew for convicted felon with assault and battery and that right there, what I did.
Okay, you're in jail for a second-degree battery. That means it's a pretty serious battery. And you said you hit somebody with your fist, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
But according to the police reports, and I think what you were charged with was hitting them with a baseball bat. You hit her in the head with a baseball bat.
No, sir. No, I did not, sir. I hit her with my fist. I'm being honest. I'm being actually honest. It wasn't no baseball bat.
Is Fatima Lloyd a woman or is that a male?
That's a woman.
Okay.
But it says that she... Okay, they had to go to the hospital to the neurological part of the hospital. And and you pled guilty to that, and you pled guilty to aggravated assault with a firearm, and they dropped the felon in possession of a firearm. Does that sound right?
No, sir, that's not right. It's not right, sir. Just like I said, I know I did that way back, but I'm changed. I changed. I don't want none of that around me, no guns. I don't want to put my hands on nobody. I'm changing.
Yes, sir.
And I like I like this REJOHN now. This a whole new REJOHN. I love it. You know what I'm saying? I changed, sir.
So did you ever have control of a bat, an aluminum bat?
Never. I ain't never. I'm being honest with never had no control, no bat, no nothing.
Let me read this again, Mr. Chairman. I'm still
It did say that he hit her with a metal bat. Yes.
The subject swung a metal bat and hit her in the head. The victim left the scene and traveled to Our Lady of the Lake Urgent Care. There was a very large gash on her head. Due to the severity, she was required to go to Our Lady of the Lake Hospital and be examined by a neurologist.
I never ever had no bat in my hand, sir. I'm being honest with you. Never had no bat. It was my fist. I promise. Never had no bat in my hand.
When you pled guilty, how much time did you think you were going to get?
I thought I wasn't gonna get all this time right here. I thought it was gonna be a lesson learned. I thought I wasn't gonna get all this time right here. But just like I said, I promise I'm thankful I got all this time right here. Just to get my money, got my mind right. I'm so thankful I got this time.
Okay, well, and I want to tell you how proud I am of you. I mean, you get nothing but, to be head cook, you something. It tells us that you're trying hard, and to finish up Steve Hall, if you finished all that up, that's good too. I want you to, but I'm confused. I'm just confused. What you say you're charged with is not what's on here, and what more specifically is about the bat.
No, I promise. If I had a bat, I would have told y'all I had a bat, but I ain't had no bat. It was no back around me, no nothing. It was just my fist. It was no back.
Hmm. Let me look at what the plea bar, the sentencing minutes. Ms. Renata, have you had a chance to look at those?
Yeah, but it corroborates everything that I just passed through 'em. Let me see.
Okay, I'm
That
just
you
curious
said.
if
You
you,
know, I read everything about the bats, also, the bat, rather.
because I'm confused, and I think Mr. Allen, thinking Mr. Allen's mind, he's telling us the truth, but I don't think Mr. Allen's remembering things, kind of like whether he shot the gun or not. And Mr. Allen, at the time, were you trying to shoot them with a gun?
No, sir. No, sir. I was just trying to scare. It was just because I love her. And it was feeling. I ain't pointing the gun. I just shot in the air. You know,
Shot in the air, but it went in somebody's house.
I shot in the air. I ain't know, you know what I'm saying? I ain't know.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just trying to get to know you.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I understand. I shot in the air, but it wasn't. I ain't never hit nobody with no bat, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any other questions that I think is gonna clear up anything.
No, I think, you know, I'm looking at it again too. Whose car hit whose car?
Who called? Who called?
Yeah, well, it seems that it all started right there when somebody blocked somebody in and hit their car. And then Miss Scott got out and started fighting, and her daughter started helping her. Were you there when all that went down?
No, it wasn't about nobody hitting nobody's car. This how it was about. I had my baby. My mother-in-law got mad because I had my baby around my girlfriend. So she had got jealous and was like, where my baby? Where my baby? I'm like, I got the baby. You know what I'm saying? She like, I'm by your mom house, woo to woo. I'm like, all right, I mean, you know, I got my son. Let me keep my son. You just did not bought my son to me. She's like, no, I want my son, woo to woo. So I'm like, all right, I ain't about to argue with you. I'm about to bring to it. So we get on my mom's street. They see me and my girlfriend truck right there. They stop in the middle, they jump out. My baby mama and my girlfriend, they got to fight. You know, they got to fight, and I'm trying to break it up. But the mama had came, was swung on me, and I hit the mama. Then when she had went to the hospital, it was no about no car bumping to no nothing, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. Is the panel, Mr. Jude, are you back in there?
I'd like to hear from him.
I'm a call him.
Okay, thank you.
You.
Want to Mr. Jude? Yeah, he wants you.
There he is.
You needed me, Mr. Freeman?
Yeah, I think he's on mute. Warden Judge, we wanted to see what you had to say about Mr. Allen. Is there any input you can provide for us?
All I can give you, Ms. Renata, he's been here, I think, a little over 8 months, working as a trustee at the Work Release Center. We've had 0 issues out of him. He goes to work. He does a great job for us every day.
In the kitchen?
In the kitchen, yes, ma'am.
Good deal. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you. That's all we needed to know.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion for a brief executive session, please.
Okay, we have a motion for executive session. I second.
Chairman Knox,
Yes.
Steve Freeman,
Yes,
Steve Prater.
Mr. Prater?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Okay, the board will be back in session. Could you call roll, please?
Sharon Renata,
Yes.
Steve Freeman,
Yes.
Steve Prater.
Yes.
Okay, we're now ready to vote, Mr. Allen. Mr. Renata had your case, so she'll go first.
All right, Mr. Allen, I have enjoyed listening to you and your family today. I liked what Warden Juge had to say about you, and I'm gonna be honest with you, Mr. Allen. I'm concerned about your violent history. I'm really concerned about it. You know, it goes back a long ways, and then just as recently as February of this year, you say you've never been a violent person, which is not really the case. I'm really glad that you were able to take advantage of the Steve Hoyle program and the other programs that you say you like, parenting particularly. I'm just not willing today to grant you parole based on the history of violence. I think Warden Jude says you're doing really well. You're doing a good job for them there. I would ask that you try to seek out doing, the record shows you haven't done the 100 hours pre-release program. And I would also recommend the program called Thinking for Change. And I think those two programs are really going to equip you 100% when you get out of jail. Good luck to you, sir.
Mr. Prater?
I concur with what Mr. Renata said. I'm concerned about the violence. I'm concerned that the police report and everyone else says there was an aluminum bat that hit this woman in the head so bad she had to go to a special part of the hospital, had a gash on her head, and he doesn't even remember it, doesn't admit it, and I'm concerned about that. I vote to deny because of those reasons.
And my vote today would have been to grant, but you already have 2 votes to deny, so it's 2-1 and your parole has been denied. Y'all ready to go? Okay, parole board will be called back into session at 12:33. My name is Pete Freeman. I am the acting chair. Along with me is Ms. Renatzer and Mr. Prater. We will make up your panel today. Today we are here for the parole hearing on Aundray Moore. Mr. Moore, would you state your name and DLC number for the record?
Yes, sir. Aundray Moore, 383398.
Okay, Mr. Moore. I'm gonna read some stuff into the record and you tell me if it's all correct to your understanding. Okay, Mr. Moore, you are a second-class offender. You were sentenced to a total of 45 years for the offense of manslaughter and distribution of cocaine and probation technical violation. You have a parole date of 11/26/24. You have a good time date of 7/28/26, and you have a full term date of 4/10/11. Does that all sound correct to you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Moore, we also have some people here on your behalf, and we will be calling them on the proper time to hear what they have to say. But the first thing we want to do is for you to tell us why you were in there, what you did, and tell us what happened, and then tell us why you feel you should get out today.
Well, the reason I'm in here is because June 16, 1997, I made a tragic, poor decision. Very young, immature, looking to be accepted by my peers, easily influenced. We went out running around the town. I came up on Mr. Bobby Gray. I clotheslined him across the top of his chest area with an open forearm, and he fell back, hitting his head on the concrete. This poor decision, it turned tragic. It turned out to be something that it never was meant to be. With the blink of an eye, as a result of what I've done, cost the man his life. Something I have to live with, excuse me, for the rest of my life. You know, it's unbelievable. Even 28 years later, I still think about it. I know I'll never be able to account for it, but I am extremely remorseful for it. I often think to myself, why or how this could have happened, but it did. All I can do, only thing I'm left to do now is try to better myself through programs. I do that in remembrance of Mr. Bobby Gray, because I'm not that type of person. I just always I had a problem with being accepted, wanting to be accepted, be down, typical things that teenagers go through. And it led me to make some real bad, poor decisions in my life.
Okay. All right. Warden Jews, do you have anything to state about Mr. Moore?
Mr. Freeman, he's been out our work release close to 2 years. We've never had any write-ups or any issues with him. He goes to work every day, and he's been a model offender since he's been at West Baton Rouge.
Okay, thank you very much, Warden.
Yes,
we're now going to hear from Miss Pakaya O'Connor. How you pronounce the name, Miss O'Connor? Prakia. Okay, Pakia your fiance. Would you get up to the podium and tell us what you want us to know about Mr. Moore?
My name is Kia O'Connor, and I just wanna let you know, Andre, he's a great guy, a very good influence to other people. Like, he came across a lot of people that, he spoke to, and he really touched a lot of people's hearts. He committed a crime, he was wrong, and he admitted to wrong, and we all think that at a young age, we want to correct the issue. And I feel like, with more rehabilitation, I feel like he's rehabilitated, but, more, we're gonna do a little more seeking and going, seeking God and guidance to do better, to help him, transition to the world. So I would be helping him transition to the home and my son. And I have transportation. I also help him get to from work, when she working with the meal. We will be providing whatever he needs.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am, for coming today. Okay, we'll also hear from Mr. Neil Hendricks. Please state your name and relationship to the subject, sir.
Neil Douglas Hendrick. I'm his employer at Zippy's Burrito Tacos and More. Champs worked for me in the work police program. 3 minutes is really not enough to say great things about him. Most owners have an office and have employees. I don't have an office. I work side by side with all my employees. Champ does a great job, shows up a smile on his face, does everything that's asked of him and more. He's, if he's not yet on the clock, he's waiting for a shift to come on, he's helping somebody else or something, he's changing an employee's tire. Never had an incident. He works in the public eye 6 days a week. We have up to 1,000 customers a day at Zippy's. And, at first, people come up like, when he got there, but hey, who's this new guy? He's really nice. I like him. And now people pull me aside and go, hey man, we really like Champ. He's such a great guy. He's always working hard. He gets my kid to chalk to the chalkboard. Never had a complaint about him. He's pretty tireless work, I can tell you that, because some of our shifts are pretty long. He's never complained about anything. He has a job with me for as long as he wants to. After he leaves the program, whether it's an hour later. Also, we have a possibility. He met a friend of ours, my family's, my father-in-law was a grain operator at Jamesburg Paper Mill. One of the millwrights over there had a furniture upholstery shop on the side. They shut the plant down, so he does all of our work, reupholstery, and working on our furniture. He met Champ, we're bringing stuff to him from the shop. He's in his 70s. None of his children want to take over his shop, and when Champ gets out, he would like for him to come work with him as well, possibly to take over the business. So he might go from being incarcerated to having a business because of what he learned while in prison. I don't know about Champ's past, but I know about his recent past, and I say I have no problem working with him all the time. I bring him to my house. He's around my family. He knows my family, and I can't think of anything negative to say about him. Only positive things. And I can answer any questions if you need.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming. Okay, we also have Mr. Andrew Hunley from the Parole Project. Mr. Hunley.
Thank you. Appearing before the board today to let you know that we've accepted Mr. Moore in our reentry program. Shall he be granted parole? If he's granted parole, he would start his transition back into the community in our residential reentry program, where he would immediately take part in programming to help him with the transition. Obviously, Mr. Moore has been incarcerated since he was a teenager. He's spent a lot of time in prison. As the board's aware, our organization for the last several years has worked with well over 100 people in Mr. Moore's position who've gone to prison as kids and need help when they come back into society and learning how to navigate social norms. So we commit to the board to have fidelity to our program, and give Mr. Moore that programming and support that we've provided so many clients, former youthful offenders like him who are coming back into the community. Just a word on why we have, our screening process and why we accepted him. There are a couple things that stood out. Obviously, his employer, just said how good of an employee he is. Obviously, there are a lot of considerations this board has when determining whether to grant someone parole or not. Oftentimes, you don't have a crystal ball to know how someone is going to function when they have an opportunity to be in the public. In Mr. Moore's situation for the last 2 years, he's been 1 foot in, 1 foot out at work release, and has been very successful within his job. And it's amazing that he has an employer who's willing to keep him on. As you're also aware, he's eligible for parole under Act 99. So he only became parole eligible in 2019. Act 99 was where the legislature gave parole eligibility to juvenile offenders in the adult system who were sentenced to 30 years or more. When looking at the rehabilitative programming that Mr. Moore took during his incarceration, the majority of that programming happened before 2019. I know this board sees a lot of people who suddenly take programming once they have parole eligibility. What stood out to us is Mr. Moore started his rehabilitative process long before he knew that he would be before you today. I stand by for any questions you may have about his reentry plan, but we have a great deal of confidence that Mr. Moore would be successful if given a second chance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hunter. Okay, Mr. Moore, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Mr. Prater, would you lead us in questioning?
Sir, how old were you? Good afternoon, Mr. Moore. How old were you when this occurred?
16 going on 17.
You were 16 years old, huh? Okay, and what was the purpose of knocking this gentleman down?
Well, the purpose, we were just running around being reckless. It was a game played back then that a lot of teenagers was doing. It started in school. It was never intended to, I know it sounds crazy, but it wasn't intentional to hurt anybody. It was just more so of a hit you and run thing, not closed fist, I mind you, but it was just childish games.
Yeah, sure.
Very immature.
Well, I want to congratulate you on your attitude, and it appears that you are truly remorseful and that you have grown up. And in fact, you have grown up from 16 to 44. You've grown up in prison, and you're going to be getting out. Good time date is in 2026, I think, regardless of our decision today. I really, other than to say that Attorney General is opposed and the DA is opposed, and the victim's family, which is really more important than the AG or the DA or the sheriff's office or the PD or anything, because they're the most affected by this. Of course, your family was affected by it, but the Grays have all been so affected by it. So I appreciate everything that they have said as far as what they've been opposed to. That's all I have.
I have a question.
Oh, okay. I was gonna ask a question, but I'll let you go first.
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
I think you're gonna ask it.
Mr. Moore, I noticed during your period of incarceration, you lost a total of 375 days of good time.
Yes, ma'am.
And then in 2022, you had 180 days of that restored.
Correct.
And so have you applied for any other restoration of good time?
Well, at the time I got that restored, the 180 days, that's through getting pre-release, 100-hour pre-release and reentry program. For several things that I was involved in, NCCER, but I came to work release practically without getting the opportunity to get any more good time.
Well, no, because that you earn good time credits for those programs that you just mentioned, but to get the lost good time back, it has to do with maintaining a clear conduct record for a period of time. And I've lost track of what that looks like now. I think you got to be right up free for 2 years and you can start asking for that back.
I've been right up free for about 4 or 5 years.
So have you ever considered, asking to have some of that restored?
No, I have not.
Might be a good opportunity for you to do that. That was my only question, Mr. Freeman.
Appreciate it.
Okay. My question also was about that. What did you do to lose that good time?
Being in prison for such a long time, and they have a lot of things that goes on in prison that I'm sure you're aware of. Fighting, got caught with a cell phone before. Typical things, catching little write-ups, being disrespectful, not listening to security. It's the regular things of prison life that goes on in there.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this one then, and maybe I got this wrong.
Okay.
Did you get a contraband write-up for tobacco and a pornographic tape?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. It was a SD card. I had an SD card with porn on it that I was holding, and I had a cell phone that I had in my possession as well.
Okay, I seen the cell phone. And how much money you had on when
$20.
$20?
$20 bill.
Yeah, okay, that was what I was more interested in, to see if you were selling stuff in prison to make money.
No, sir.
Okay, all right. I have no further questions. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Prater, you vote first because it was your case.
I think something that you did when you're 16 years old at some point, and especially in something like this, at some point you deserve a second chance. He's done, other than the misconduct that you mentioned, he's done all you can basically do. And he's got a great attitude. And I know the Grays, there's nothing that will bring this fella back that he knocked down. But at some point we have to make hard decisions here and weigh what's best for the public, what's best for the victims, what's best for the person that is actually in the jail. As you know, he's going to be getting out in less than 2 years and probably less than a year after he gets his time back, which we all know he's going to get. He's going to be getting out anyway. So my vote is to grant him this parole.
That's just one vote, Mr. Gray. Okay. All right, Ms. Renatza.
Mr. Moore, I was impressed by all the letters we have in the record, the work that you did, and particularly that you started that work before you knew you'd ever have this day before us. You do have a low risk, and I like Mr. Prater, sympathize with the victim's position, but you were 16 years old, you have great support. And I think I can tell you're remorseful for what happened. And I think that you have a good transition plan in place with the parole project. So my vote is to grant your parole to the parole project transition plan.
Okay, and my vote is going to be likewise. I truly thank your employer coming here today. It made a big difference. Like they said, you were 16 when it happened. Hopefully you have definitely realized what you did to society back then, taking a innocent man's life. So my vote is also to grant, and you go to the parole project. They will put you through a lot of tests, and anything the parole project says that you need to do, I order that as a condition of your parole, of your release. Okay, so you've been paroled today. Thank y'all. Thank you, Warden Juge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And we're signing off at West Baton Rouge Parish.
Hold on.
Password pound two. All right, brother. No problem.
With that, you saw that video?
Yes.
Crazy.
Here we go.
Parole board is back in session. We'll be at St. Charles Parish Jail with the staff at St. Charles Parish Jail, introduce yourself for the record, please.
Sergeant Ball.
Sergeant Barr.
Ball. B-A-U-G-H.
B-A-U-G-H. Thank you, Sergeant. We appreciate you having us today.
You're welcome.
Okay. Today we're here for the parole hearing on Anthony Russell. Mr. Russell, would you state your name and DLC number for the record?
Anthony Russell, 538043.
Okay, Mr. Russell, I'm gonna read some stuff into the record. And if you disagree with something, stop me and we'll see if we can get it corrected, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Russell, you are a first felony offender. You were sentenced to 20 years for forcible rape. Your parole date is 8/15/2024. Your full term date is 8/16/2027. Is that all correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Russell, you have supporters here in Linda Simon, your mother, who is on Zoom, and Stephen Morella, who is also on Zoom. We will get to them at the proper time. But first, I want you to tell us, what did you do to get yourself in jail? And why do you think that we should release you today?
Well, first, I had sexual intercourse with an underage minor. And I realize now that I did wrong. I wish I could turn back and do it over, but I can't. All I could do is move forward. And I've had people support me the whole time. And now I need to get back out into society and try to take care of my family.
Okay, and why do you think we should release you?
I think I've changed. I've grown up. I've taken some classes, got my GED. I took another class, the risk management class, and I just want to show people that I changed. I've grown up.
Okay. All right. We're going to hear from your supporters now. We're going to hear from Miss Linda Simon, your mother. Miss Simon, try to keep it to three or 4 minutes, please, ma'am.
Hello. It's been hard. My son's been gone for 17 years. He's lost a lot of family while he was gone. And I've seen how much he's grown up being in there. And his whole family just wants to get him back home. He's got a place to stay. He's got a job waiting on him. And I need his support and help because I'm going through a lot of medical conditions too right now.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you joining us today. Mr. Stephen Morella, Mr. Stephen?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, state your name and tell us what you have to say about Mr. Russell.
Yes, I'm Stephen Smorella. I've known Anthony for approximately 9 years. I've been, going and, visiting every chance to get at the prison systems that he's been in. We always try to make sure to see him whenever we are available to go see him. It's a long drive for us because live in another state, but I mean, he's really meant a lot to me and everything and all that. I own my own business. I have since 1990, and I want, like to get him home. I'm at the age where I'll be 62 this year, and I would like to go ahead and let him just eventually go ahead and take over running my business and everything for me. And it's getting harder on me each year. He's always, been real supportive as far as checking, calling a lot during the weeks and weekends just to see how it's doing and everything else, really concerned and all. I really have, basically, I feel like he's almost like one of my other sons and everything and all. I treat him that way the same and everything. He's really respectful and, a good person from everything I've seen since I've known the gentleman.
Okay. And where do you live, sir?
I live in Pasadena, Texas.
Okay, your business is in Texas?
Yes, sir. It's been since 1990.
Do you have a place for him to stay over there if he's released today?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for coming on today, Mrs. Morella. We appreciate it. Okay. Now the case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Mr. Prater, would you lead our questioning, sir?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Russell.
Good afternoon.
How old were you when this crime occurred?
19.
So you were 19 and the young lady was, she was 12 years old, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and she ended up getting pregnant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's how it all came to light.
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear you say anything much about, I heard you talk about yourself, your personal growth and all this. I didn't hear you say much about the victim and how do you have any kids?
No, sir.
Okay. Can you imagine? I mean, I've had kids, daughters and granddaughters, and they've been 12 and if I'd have heard what you said and you never even mentioned how sorry you were for having impacted my family, I would really be questioning whether prison had done you that much good or not, other than your personal growth. And everybody's going to have growth between those years and 37 and 21. Tell me about the victim. What do you think about the victim?
All I can say is I'm just very sorry that if I could take it back, I would. I know it probably affected them to probably till this day, still probably having problems, but I'm just deeply sorry.
Yes. I can assure you, it didn't probably affect them. I can assure you from everything I've read, it tremendously affected them. I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Renata, do you have any questions?
I do, just a couple. Mr. Russell, you mentioned early in your statement that you know what you did was wrong. You now know what you did was wrong. And so at the time when you were 19 and she was 12, you thought it was okay to have sex with a 12-year-old?
No, ma'am.
Was you mentioned you did risk management. Is that the sex offender treatment?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you do that?
At Avoyles Correctional Center.
Okay. When did you do that? You remember?
I got my certificate July 22nd, 2009.
So you did that, yeah, some years ago. And I see you also got your GED since you've been in prison. So congratulations
Thank
on
you.
that. There's very, very strong opposition to consideration for early release for you. You just need to be aware of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Other than that, I have no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think y'all touched on the question I had. I wanted to know about the sex offender classes too. So you took them right after you got into prison, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was all 3 phases back then, probably.
No, sir. It was 4 phases.
It was still 4 phases. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks for clearing that up for me. Okay, I have no further questions. So is the panel ready to vote?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Prater, it was your case. You go first, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Russell, I think you've grown a lot. I think you've done a lot as far as working on yourself personally. However, I don't think you, due to the impact it had on this young lady and her family, and due to the fact that I didn't hear the compassion for the victim that I personally would have expected. For those reasons, I'm gonna vote to deny.
Mr. Knotson?
Mr. Russell, I based on the opposition that's in the record, very strong opposition to an early release, my vote today also is to deny.
And I concur with my colleagues. My vote is also to deny. So I'm sorry, today parole has been denied. Good luck to you, Mr. Russell.
Thank you. Yeah. All 3 denied. I don't know why.
We both. I'm gonna back out a picture of y'all got it. My God, I'm there right there.
step to control there, please.
Are down to Mr. Ever Hernandez. Okay, the parole board will be called back to order. My name is Pete Freeman. I am the acting chair. Along with me is Ms. Renata and Mr. Prater. We will be the panel today for Mr. Ever Hernandez. We are now at Franklin Parish Detention Center. Would staff at Franklin Parish please introduce yourself for me, please?
Sir, my name's Sammy Burns.
Okay, Mr. Burns, thank you.
Yes, sir.
What's your title, Mr. Burns?
I'm just guard.
Okay. Okay, and Mr. Hernandez, please state your name and DLC number for the record.
Ever Morales Hernandez, 745-8884.
745-884, correct?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez, I'm gonna read some information into the record. If something is wrong, please stop me and we'll discuss it, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hernandez, you are a first felony offender. You have a parole date of 5/13/2023. You have a good time date of 5/17/25. And you have a full term date of 2/13/2042. You were sentenced to 25 years in jail for hit and run driving and vehicular homicide. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez, please tell me what happened? Why did you how did you get into this? What you did? And then tell me why should we consider letting you out today?
Oh, first, I'm sorry. I know I did something wrong, and I was driving by influence of alcohol, and I was hit. I get panicked, and I just take off, and but I'm here, and I know I did something wrong, and first I take off because I was thinking about my family, but I wasn't thinking right on that time, and but now I'm here, and I learned my lesson, and now I look for my family. I got 3 kids waiting for me, and now I always try and do my best over here. I'm working up my, step by step, working on hallman, and then jar crew. Now working at the courthouse, and I would like you to give me the chance to go back to my family.
Okay. All right. Your case has been assigned to Ms. Renata. So Ms. Renata, would you lead the questioning, please?
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Hernandez, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
You say you want to go to your family. Where's your family?
East Baton Rouge.
That's your sister?
No, my ex-wife and my sister-in-law.
Okay. That's where your children are?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were impaired the night this happened. You had a wreck. How much did you have to drink?
I don't really remember right now, but I probably about maybe 8 beer or a little more than that.
More than a beer or 8?
And eight.
So why'd you get in the car and drive?
I don't know. I don't know why.
Yeah. So I wonder, I
Well-
can't help but wonder, the reason you're here is because you lost control of your vehicle and you struck a person sitting on the bench, Mr. Joseph.
Yes, ma'am. But I was trying to stop at the light. When the light turned red on orange, I was trying to stop, but I lost control. And in that time, it was the road was kind of like wet. It just was raining a little bit, and I tried to stop. The car just slipped, and I
Right.
lost control.
Well, I think we've just established though that you shouldn't have been driving in the first place, right? And you have a previous DWI conviction in 2015.
Yes, ma'am.
So it makes me wonder, between 2015 and the time this terrible accident happened, how many other times you got behind the car after you'd been drinking? I'm not asking the question, I can just assume, because I'm sure there are other times. You have an ICE detainer, you're aware of that?
No.
You're
No,
not?
ma'am.
There is an ICE detainer, immigration detainer. Although I do see where you have been deported twice before, and you end up back here. There is opposition to your early release. The district attorney is opposed based on that previous conviction also. There's law enforcement opposition and other opposition that's been expressed. I want to acknowledge that you did do victim accountability training. You've done the pre-release curriculum. If you could speak to the victim's family, Mr. Joseph's family, what would you say to them?
I'm sorry for what I did, and it could have been me on that day too. And I never expect this, and we never be ready or prepared for something like this, or we never think about the future, and we think about in like the moment, and but we made a mistake, and I would like to forgive or forgiveness, and but it happens, and things happen for a reason too. So, but I would like to tell, like, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize for that.
In your packet, you indicate you're going to live in Baton Rouge, but you're going to work in Winsboro?
Working on Baton Rouge.
The cell tower installation guy, isn't he in Winsboro?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Is that who your job plan is going to be with?
For now, yeah. And then move with my family.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Mr. Hernandez, thanks for talking to me.
Thank you.
I have no questions. Mr. Prater, you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Hernandez, let me just get it straight. You've been deported twice, correct?
Yes, sir.
And told not to come back,
Yes, sir.
yet you come back.
Well, yeah, one for my family, and I know I made a mistake.
Right, so you are here illegally, is that correct?
The beginning, I was came, yeah, and I crossed the border, yes, sir. And but I was fixing my paper, but something happened and they kind of like denied me. And then I started again, but it never happened. So,
So you don't have what
but I was legal before, yeah.
you were legal before?
Yeah. They are trying to renovate my work permission, but for some reason they denied it. So I just work with my social security.
Okay, so you can't legally go to work for that man.
Yeah,
Can you?
I understand that.
So your work plan that you have is of no use if you can't do it legally, correct?
Well, I was gonna do it with the social security and probably hiring a lawyer and get my paperwork straight.
Okay. Well, that's not of our concern here, except what is of concern here is after you've been in jail like you have to convince us that you're going to get out and be a law-abiding citizen and abide by the laws and all of that. And it doesn't appear that we're very far along that road. And you know, I just don't I have trouble believing you're asking for a early out when in fact I don't think we can trust that you'll follow the rules. Anyway, that's the only question I have about the
Well, I do everything my best, you know. Being over here, I mean, learn my lesson, and I'm not gonna do all the same like before. And like I say, God makes plans for every person, and not everybody understand when we here. Not everybody understand why they here, because since I've been here and I know maybe not everybody gonna understand this, but I've been in touch with God. Out there, I was going to the church, but I wasn't taken seriously. So I was playing with with God and serving like a both and the world and God. But now being over here, reading the Bible more than twice and making Bible study, and even over here, I've been sharing Bible study with the inmates, and kind of like probably it's like a training or like a rehab for me through all this time, and make me realize that I think there is a lot of promises that God is giving us, but we as a human we make mistake, and we weak, and we through the Bible I know that there is one enemy and always trying to destroy human being, and me, personal, I always try my best. I've been talking to my kids, and something that I never did before, sharing a Bible study by phone. But I never did that before with my kid. Now I do it, not just with my kids, with other people too. And but I would like you to give me that chance or opportunity to be with family. And I've been doing Bible study, but like male Bible study. Over here, they don't let us do it by mail because for what they have over here, what is going on. So, but I went in Baton Rouge, I was doing Bible study by mail, and I have a good points. The qualification, and I would like to get into like a Bible college or something like that, or getting better.
Yes. All right. Well, I appreciate all that. And those are very meaningful and true words that you said. I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Ms. Renata, you ready to vote?
I am. And Mr. Hernandez, thank you for that. It seems as though you have now found meaning in what you're doing. It seems to me that, you know, you've worked. I don't see any indication in the record that you've had any classes to address your substance abuse problem, the alcohol problem. You have an out date in May of next year. If there are any programs there, you have the opportunity to earn a little more good time credits. And I think, you know, maybe you're there for that reason, to share the Bible with those around you. So my vote today, based on the opposition that's been expressed, is to deny your parole.
Okay, Prater.
Concur, and I wish you well and continue your growth. Thank you.
I concur with my fellow board members. Good luck to you, sir. Sounds like you're heading in the right direction.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay. And thank y'all for y'all hospitality at
Franklin Parish.
Franklin Parish.
Yes, sir, y'all quite welcome.
Yeah, we'll be finished for the day.